All right, hello, greetings, and welcome in, everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Keith Manta, hello, how are you doing? Hi. I really hope that today has treated everyone kindly. I had a little bit of a weird day because I lost a thing and spent the majority of the day looking for the thing until it finally turned up. Woo! And it was anxiety this day. But the thing turned up. And that was an important thing that I needed to find because it was a notebook that contained the records of how much time I spent on every VTuber model rig I have been working on. So, it was kind of an important thing to find with some degree of haste. So, I will now actually be able to finish my math for what I need to change on pricing now that I've found that again. Because I haven't been able to do my math between when the little unexpected break started and now. But now that I've got that thing again, I will actually be able to do my arithmetic. And yeah, I'm just feeling so grateful that it has been located. Like it was a scary thing to lose it. It was a very scary thing to lose it. But we are here. We've survived the chaos. Yeah, I kind of lost a day unexpectedly, but it's fine. It's fine. The important thing is that the information was not lost to the void for all eternity. That is the important thing to remember. But yes, so what we are doing today is we are starting on a VTuber rig for Marius Ajaxson. And he is a cave-dwelling fae. And the artwork for that was done by someone else. I need to actually double check if I've actually got the information on who the original artist was. I need to check if I've got that information. By J. Shiro. Marius's model art was done by J. Shiro, and I will be putting that in the credits as well on this video. I just need to remember to actually write that down. Sashian, hello, welcome in. So yes, we're going to be starting Marius's rig today, working on the model with art done by J. Shiro, and then we shall see how far we get. It'll be my first time rigging someone else's art, so we will see how it pans out. I have confidence that it should be a relatively quick rig to complete, considering that it is a webcam style rig and it's very limited in terms of potential mobility and requested additions. So we are good. We're good. Pretty much just the jacket that needs physics, so we're gonna have a relatively easy day of it. Yeah, J. Shiro did the Mari model. So let us jump right over. And I'm gonna go stand over here. I'm gonna stand over here for today. So this is Marius's model, and we have already done all of the prep work on it. So the PNG I am going to temporarily hide. So everything that's symmetrical, I've taken away the opposite side. I'm a J. Shiro fan. Hey, nice. Yes. Awesome, awesome. So yes, you're getting 2 of your people's work today. So yeah, I've taken out everything that is symmetrical so that there is space saved on the texture atlas, which I have already put together. Why? Because it was nice and quick and easy. So our first step is going to be going through everything and putting it on a art mesh that is more appropriate for the shape. And then, yeah. They're too expensive for my budget though, so big sad. Yeah. Yeah, no. Every artist has what they need to cater for. So it is understandable. And VTuber model art is generally crazy, and illustrations can get quite hectic depending on how much time each independent artist spends on it versus how much time they've actually got available. It's all individual circumstances in the wide world of VTuber pricing. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start with putting all of our default parameters over here into folders, because there is going to be it's going to be a lot easier to see what's going on when it's all organized nicely. But I'm a massive Keto Media fan at the moment. Thank you. I am glad. I am glad. Alright, so first things first. I'm going to put these on inputs. So we're going to go create folder, and this is going to be inputs. Then we're going to have create folder. This is going to be eyes. Collapse. Create folder. This is going to be mouth. Create folder. This is going to be movement. There we go. And then we're going to have create all this one, add X, copy, paste, okay. And we're going to go replicate and replicate, edit, head Y, okay, and I should probably change the name over here as well, head Y, okay, and edit, head Z, head Z. Okay, there we go. So that puts us mostly there. Now we need another folder, which is going to be physics, but we are going to throw those away. We're going to throw those away because we do not use those. Yes, go away. New parameter. This is going to be hair is, and I'm going to go copy one, paste, and we're going to go replicate, 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 and let's see what we've got. Edit parameter 4. This one is 2. And then this one will be 3. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go and add a suffix to these. Copy. I don't think we're going to need more than 4 pendulum pieces on the hair physics, so actually I'm gonna undo. No. I'm not doing the done. And replicate. Put it at the bottom. Edit parameter. Copy. Paste. Edit. Toaster, welcome in and thank you for the save reminder. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Save button. How are you doing, Toaster? Which reminds me, as well, I am doing thingamabobs. Nice. Nice, nice. There we go, our hydrate timer. Which I had forgotten to put on. Whoopsie. Click, click, click. Yes. Mechanical timers. Mechanical timers, man. Alright, so now we put that in a group. Create folder, call this physics. Okay. All right. And were there other physics? Let me just check. Is this in... Which mode is this? This is in... I want it to be in Live2D mode, not in monitor mode. Let me just grab that one, that window. There we go. Just temporarily, because I just need to just double check my briefing. And this is the only monitor that works for that. Webcam rig. Hair physics. Jacket physics. Tail idle animation. So that's going to be another folder. Okay. So I think the first thing that we're going to start with then, to get it out of the way, is going to be doing our mesh on our tail piece. Because that is going to be skinned, and therefore we want to have a relatively, actually, you know what, I'm gonna do this. This one, mirror edit 3. Switch back to monitor mode real quick. There we go, so that you can see what I'm doing. Mirror edit on, yes. Just put this main protective line in place. And then what we're gonna do is undo. That mesh width we're going to increase. And I want that down to be 15. Let's get this less messy. I'll definitely need to clean up the interior edges of this. Like that. Okay, confirm. Close those. And all the way down here. Close that. Merge those two. Okay, on this side as well. Merge those. Merge those. Merge those. Okay. Alex, hello, hello. How's it going? It is going well. We have literally just started working on a VTuber rig for Marius A. Jackson with the art by J. Shiro. Which I actually think I should be putting on a temp text, yes? I need to redo the temp text, so this is going to be There we go. So, can't say that it's not being done without credit. It is there. Okay. And now we keep on. Just tidying up our mesh accordingly. Sometimes merging is not worth it, you just got to delete the randoms. Scattered wildly in the middle. Right, now we come over here. Alex, oh my word, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Ah! You are making it possible for content types to expand in the future, and we greatly appreciate that. No worries, hope you can get the laptop soon. Thank you! Yes, we will work towards that. We will work towards that. It's just going to make it easier to do things a little bit more mobile. Cooking streams, treadmill zatsus, all of those fun things. Looking forward to those. Thank you for helping contribute to making it possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, if I ever have to travel and need to take my work with me, and I'll maybe be able to even do chatting streams away from home base, if the internet allows. Which would also be kind of cool. Cooking streams sound fun. Looking forward to the new content you can do with it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. There are things in the works that are gonna definitely increase the range of content that I can make from now already, which I'm quite looking forward to. So I am going to be starting on actual production of that in the next week or so, in between working on the current commissions in the queue. And I'm very excited for it. So if you were here towards the tail end of yesterday's stream, you might have been introduced to a new original character of mine called Imaili, who will probably be making an appearance in a couple of short skits. And she's basically a TTRPG character of mine. She has been newly conceptualized, and I will be playing her debut game on Sunday. It won't be streamed, unfortunately, because it's literally my first time playing that particular game. We're playing Enclave, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So if the game goes well and there is a reasonable amount of time at the end of the day, I might do a debrief Zatsu thereafter to let you guys know how it went, and all of that. But if it goes exceedingly well, then as I get a little bit more comfortable with the game and improve and such, I'm gonna see if I can actually include it a little bit in our regular content as well. Because it gives us chance to really practice the acting. And I'm very, very much looking forward to that as well. Sounds interesting. Hope the games go well and that you enjoy it. Yeah, I've watched a couple of the VODs of some recorded games that did actually take place with the game developer itself, actually. And it seems like a really nice narrative-driven storytelling type game. So I am very, very, very much looking forward to how that is going to pan out in reality. I think it's going to go well. I think it's going to be more my sort of game. I've never been really much of a PvP sort of a person. So the way that this particular game doesn't make the person who's actually driving the session, the conduit, it doesn't make them antagonist necessarily for the players, which is really, really nice. So it's not this sort of DM versus player environment, and I'm really looking forward to that. Because I do know that with some tabletop RPGs, that sort of a thing does happen. So I'm holding out hope that this is going to be my kind of game, and that I will actually be able to do participate in missions quite regularly. The other thing that I like about it is that it's quite episodic. So in terms of scheduling, it doesn't require the same party being present week on week. So you can run with the same character missions with a completely different person every single time you play, or completely different team of people every single time you play, which is also nice. Ooh, that sounds good, because it can be hard to make it challenging when you're the DM, but not too hard so much that the players hate you. Yes. One of the things that is an interesting thing about this game is that it's not a... It's a diceless game as well, which means that it's not a bunch of number crunching and luck, which means that for people who are new, much like myself, it is a much lower barrier of entry, and it really rewards roleplay and acting. So when you perform an action, your success has more got to do with how well you understand your skill set that is available to your character class, but also how well you're able to actually describe what you want to do and what you want to achieve. So it's very much a rule of cool based thing. If what you want to do is something that supports the narrative and doesn't undermine other players, the conduit can decide, okay, that sounds really cool, let's roll with it. And it kind of is, each character builds onto the other character's coolness in a way, and the cooperation is a major part of the game. So from what I can see, I really like where it's going. So I hope that the session will go as well as I think it very easily could. So we're just doing the meshing on Marius's model first before we do anything else. Because this is going to be what gives us the foundation to actually make things maneuverable and movable. And what I'm doing here is I'm basically just placing vertices all along the edge, because I am not 100% sure yet if this is going to have a little bit of emote responsiveness. It's a question that I need to ask that I hadn't yet gotten around to asking. And if we do have that, then having the lines or the boundaries where the different colors connect is really helpful to make sure that things don't warp in weird and less than wonderful ways. All right. Something like that. And now we give it a margin. Okay. And I don't think we need to do much there. What I do want to do is I want to give a bit of a break here by the knee. So that we have the space and scope for potential, for a little bit of leg movement on the body up and down parameter. So that should pretty much do the trick there. What I do want to do though is I want to give it a center line as well. Then let's look at the face. And let's go to the head outline. everything. Mirror edit on. Yeah. Let's make that 10. Let's make that 10. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. And put that there. Okay, confirm. Place, place, place. Close. Place. Nope. Place. Okay, and then a couple down the middle for some center line maneuverability. That'll do the trick. And one more for good measure. There we go. Grab a lot of it, copy, paste, delete, paste. Okay. That will do, that'll do, that'll do. So it would remove the RNG aspect for it then, and less having to worry about math on the spot. Yeah. I would say that makes it better for creativity as well. Very cool system. Hope it's implemented well. Yeah, like seriously, I'd recommend checking out the channel. I believe it's Robbie Lava Games. Let me just put it over here. Let me just see. Monitor mode off. I want to just make sure that I've got the right thing. New tab. Yeah, so at Robbie Lava Games. That is the YouTube channel for Enclave Diceless TTRPG. And you can get all of the information connected to that. Copy. You can get all of the information connected to that over there. And see a couple of their campaigns. That have been recorded. There are some really, really interesting ones. Campaigns, missions. We'll have to check it out when I can. Yeah. So the old rule set is available on Robbie's Etsy page. But there has literally just been a Kickstarter for a new version of the game as well. And that comes with additional classes and a whole bunch of additional cool new things that are being implemented. And if you have the old version of the game that you've purchased on Etsy, then I am not 100% sure, but I think there's going to be a way to upgrade at a reduced price once it ships to all of the Kickstarter backers. All of the information for that is on the Discord, but I would openly admit I've not spent the time reading up on that too much at this stage. And that is a hydrate reminder. So everyone, acquire your nearest staple consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Cold coffee. Sad. Okay. Now with this one, what I want to do is... Definitely be a little bit more careful about how the shape around the petals goes. And here. That. Let me just clear what's outside because that's not helping me at all. Just trying to protect the lines a little bit. Because I do anticipate that this is going to warp quite a lot in the head turns, and I don't want there to be corners in weird places that make it look gross. Okay, almost there. That should pretty much do the trick, I think. There's just one or two places that still look like they are susceptible to weird warping. But with that, I think I've caught them all. Okay. So that should work. That should work. Now. Next, let's do the hair back, I think. Like so. Okay, confirm that section. Mirrored it off. Undo, undo, undo. Confirm. Connect. Connect. That. And like so. And away. Model image. Next thing is gonna be all this now. This should be mirrorable. Yes. Okay. Confirm. Okay. And let's do this line here. Grab those two, which is those two. Alt and drag inward. There we go. Those two. That one. That one. There we go. And up here, we're going to add like so. And this pair moves there. Uh-huh. Okay, almost have the section meshed into entirety. Okay, that's that. And like so, that works. I'm just going to do a temp closure here just so that I can see how that behaves. Mostly right, okay. This will just give us anchor points along the middle as well, just to make sure that we don't have weird warping too much. Sides. I see we've got a gap somewhere that needs closure over here. That goes away. There we go. Oh boy, undo, 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 undo. Mirror edit. Like so. All right. And now we need to protect those bits. And whatever is happening here. There we go. That'll work. Next, let us see the nose. It is exactly one layer, but what I want to do is I want to just split it down the middle. Like that, so that when we warp it, it does not do the weird things. And let's continue with from this point, I think, because it's the next thing that is most tedious to mesh. I will look at meshing the body section when I am closer to actually doing the rig on that area, because then I'll have a slightly clearer understanding of how I want the rest of it to move. Okay. And then we close the system. That's the next one down. Okay. That's the next one down. This part is one of the more tedious parts of the entire rigging process. And definitely one of the most detail-oriented parts. But if you've got suboptimal, let's phrase it that way, meshes, then the entire rest of the process just becomes that much more of a slog. So having a good set of decent meshes right off the bat saves many a headache later down the line. Okay, next. There we go. There aren't actually that many hair pieces, so should actually be able to burn through these a little bit faster than I anticipated. Did I switch on the timer again? No, I did not. I knew there was something missing. I knew that there was something missing. I never switched on the timer again. Whoopsie. We shall have a compensatory hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Because I had a feeling that, I should be hearing the bell right about now. And whoopsie. Whoopsie. I never switched the timer on. So, everyone, hydrate. There we go. Back to our regular programming. Get a rough perimeter, and then I'll come back and see if I've got anything gross that I need to repair. I need to see, hold up. I need to see something on this. I want to quickly acquire. Where is it? Let's just do this because I can't see chat on that monitor. It's just too small, and I can't actually change the font size, which is a little sad. And then yeah. That. Okay, this one is relatively straightforward looking, I think. Okay, there's that one. Almost there, almost there. Most of the way, I think. I think this one covers the bulk of the hair mass. In front, anyway. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Right. Ah, it's one behind. That should do the trick. Methinks. Confirm. Okay, there surely can't be that many of these left. Surely not. All right, let's see. Clean up this edge. Mm-hmm. Nope. Something like that. Confirm. There we are. This should do the trick. Right. And then these two get mirrored. Okay. So that's the majority of the front here. Okay, so this is going to have quite a couple of center breaks. So let's plan those straight off the bat. There we go. Going through permissions on that front. That'll do. And I'll leave it there for now. Krahazik, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Doing okay? That's good news. That is indeed good news. We are currently doing some Live2D work for Marius Ajaxson. And it is going so far so good. We've just been doing mesh setups for now. But we're slowly but certainly making progress on getting everything ready to actually apply movement to. We're getting closer. Yeah, that should be the last of the hair pieces that needed meshing. Yes, it's just this one. Then we're done with hair meshing. Yay! One step closer to victory. It takes so much less time when the hair is short. Oh, so much less time when the hair is short than compared to long hair, right? There we go. And thank you for dropping in on YouTube as well. Hi again. Kinda locked in a little. Let's see. I'm gonna do another line like this. Almost there. Almost got it. Almost got it. There we go. Now directions over here. Right, that is it for the hair. Meshing, anyway. Okay. Little by little we are making ground. We've almost got all of the head pieces meshed out. That's a good start. Let's go with the eye then. What number next? And that is a hydrate for everyone. Acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let us take a sip. There we go. There we go. And this time, actually remembering to reset. There we go. Kugitsu, hello, hello. Yes, it is going well so far. We have made good progress in starting with Marius A. Jackson's rig. We've been meshing all of the art layers to start the process off with. It's a little bit of a tedious task, but do it well and it saves you many headaches later. So we've been getting going on that so far, and we are nearly through all of the head layers. We're just starting on meshing out the eye bits, and it's going pretty well so far. So we're starting with the brows, and we are nearly there. Just want to give this a little bit of a border as well. Nice. Yes. Yes. And then we're going to come over here. Not a very broad border, we don't need it to be excessive. We just don't want to have pixels chopping off in the texture atlas, because everything outside of the borderline gets completely chopped off of the art piece. Okay. Nope. That one was nice and straightforward. That looks great. Thank you, Deserve a Reward. Oh, thank you for the push-ups. Thank you for the push-ups. That is actually necessary. The push-ups are actually necessary. Let me get my chair out the way. I'm a weakling. I am an absolute weakling. So I am still early in my push-up journey. And therefore I do them at an elevated angle. So I am currently using my desk as my kickoff point for my push-ups, and I'm doing it with a relatively broad stance, because my goal with my push-ups is to focus on my back more than on my arms, because my arms are actually kind of strong. It's my core that struggles. Hence why I'm very grateful when I get the push-ups routine. Weird as it sounds, because usually that's more of a butsy sort of a thing. But I actually need it, so let's go. Broad stance. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and something in my back ground itself into an interesting sensation there. That means that I definitely need to do more of those later. Y'all can tie a knot in your tails that when the cooldown on that ends, you could redeem it again. It's an awesome personal improvement thing. I'm not great at push-ups either. Yeah. Nah, there are lots of reasons why push-ups can be difficult, and not just being limited to, you know, being unfit, but everything from wrist and spinal injury, atrophy of the core from inertia. There's a lot of potential reasons why they can be a significant challenge. And if one wants to make that improvement, then one needs to do the variation that causes least harm in the process. So for me at the moment, it's the elevated, sort of at a 45-degree-ish angle. Like, a wall push-up is the easiest, where you're just literally putting your hands on a wall, standing an arm length or your arm's length away, and then pushing up from there against the wall. And arguably, the number of repetitions is more important than the difficulty level, because 50 wall push-ups is more effective for building a foundation than 5 on the floor, because of the amount of resistance you face. You are going to get more familiarity with the movement doing the 50 at an easier resistance level than doing the 5 at a ridiculously high resistance level. When you're still just starting out and getting used to actually having the movement accessible, then that is a very, very important consideration. Also good for building stamina? Yeah, yeah. Like, general mobility is, I think, one of the things that there's no substitute for, really. And it's such an easy thing to lose. It's a terrifyingly easy thing to lose, is your basic mobility. So doing what you can to stay mobile, it's an important thing. Just saw the time. Best if I go sleep now. Hope the stream goes well for everyone. All right, Alex, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you again for earlier. Big thank yous. And I shall see you around next time. Have fun, rest well, and yeah, we shall have progress by the time you see this thing next. There we go. Okay. Now this doesn't have defined edges, so I can get away with giving it a little bit more of a free-form border. And with some of the other pieces we've worked on so far. Right, and here, this one is going to require a little bit more care and attention again. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. That can stay square. That can stay square. That can stay square. This needs adjustment. Because we want to be able to do stuff with the pupil. So that should do the trick there. This is going to be a 2 again. That one. And then this Lyra. Okay, so this is also going to get this treatment. But that way. 3. Because I want the center line. Confirm. Like so. Okay. That is all of the major pieces done on there. Now we need to do the mouth. When we've got the mouth meshed out, then I think we can actually start working on head turns, because then we are actually going to be quite a ways down the line with the entire process. Okay, that. Confirm. Let's see here. Copy. Paste. Okay. Copy. Paste. And I'm actually going to trim here. So that I can do a little bit more with the depth at which we open this mouth, because otherwise, what's going to happen is I'm going to do battle, trying to get the mouth to even open wide enough to get some of what I want done to happen. I'd rather clip the teeth and tongue to the throat piece than try and hide it with the lip pieces. What I will do though is I will duplicate this, copy, paste, call this one mouth back mask. There we go. Leave the throat as is. Maybe. No, what I will do is I will put 1, 2, 3, 4 in there so that we've got parallax options. Probably. we'll have that, and then all of those clip to the mouth, back, mask, copy, paste. Like that. All right. Now, I don't think this is going to have the most room for head turn flexibility, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out exactly how much space we can move this around without it going all weird. So. Let us hide the hair, hide the body, and start working on head turns. But first we need to do this, where we grab everything. Except for the foot. All right. And we're going to put that into a rotation deformer. Supposedly. If a window will pop up somewhere where I can see, because I'm supposed to have a pop-up window. Which is not popping up. I had this issue before. Like the warp deformer thing pops up, but the rotation deformer is not. I might need to look for if there's an updated version. Hitting the save button though is probably a good idea. So I'm not seeing any indication of where it might be going. I'm going to break my interface for a moment. Please bear with me. I'm just going to go to the chatting screen for a bit while I break my display settings. Number one is my main display. Keep changes. Revert. Still just breaking things, hold up. Keep changes. Okay, let's just see, does anything pop up? Negative, that means that Nothing pops up, which means that I need to do a software update check. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Because I can't really do quite a couple of things without a rotation deformer. What on earth? Dog, stop chasing flies. Okay. So I will circle back to that. In the meantime, let me just put things into formers. So that's going to be container. Create. Then this all the way to here is going to be I starboard, create. And then here, face, head outline. Those are going to be... And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. I should probably switch this back over here. One moment, please. Why? Because I was dumb and I forgot to do the thing. Over there. Smaller. And collapse that upwards. There we go. Okay, so I'm definitely going to need to check for a software update. These I'm going to go into head X, Y. Create. The next shadow is actually also going to go into head XY because it's going to be marginally associated with that. Put that into X, Y. Create. Container. Create. Then we're going to need all of this. And we're going to put this into a warp deformer that I will later replace, and this is going to be a head container, create. That needs to not be in there. Then, nose XY, create. There we go. Let's see, where shall we start on this process? I think safest place to start is always on the blinks. It's always a safe place to start. So this is the starboard side, which I'm going to starboard equals anatomical right. So we're going to start with the slera. On the eye open. Hide literally everything else. And at about 0.8, we're going to add another one, which is going to be our default. And this is going to be wide. So just start off with like that should do it. And when the eyes close, that lot is going to come up a bit. Okay, so I don't like where that one goes. Okay. Slayer Shadow needs to get clipped down. To the Slayer start. Just in case it usually doesn't. It also needs to go 2 and 1 there. Alright. Iris is unaffected by the blinking. And I want more resolution on this curve. Copy and paste. Okay, and now we get that curve to be less grim. I need to protect these edges better. So what I'm going to do Let's add a line in here. Okay, that's a little bit easier to manipulate into something that will look decent. Right, and get rid of the extras that I forgot that I had the symmetry ruler on that. Is there any color difference here? No, so I'm going to hold my reservations on if we even need that layer. Okay. Up here. we're almost there. What I do want to do is I want to grab these three and just pull this up just a smidge more. And pull. Okay, that works. Side lash. It's gonna be slightly down on here. And pretty much just straight collapsed here. All right, and the lash low. Lash up needs to be above lash low. There we go, that will work. All right. Now we're gonna do iris XY, create, start by going like that, like that, Y, like that, like that. Grab both of these, go here, and synthesize corners. Okay. That mostly works there. Cool. Now what I want to do is I want to go I'm going to change this to eyeball. Then go inverse parallax. Right. One. Okay. Just give this a little bit of a bend, make it look nice and concave. And I'm going to make all of these additive layers. But this one, I'm going to just reduce down to like 30. Just so that we've got a little bit more dynamic. We want them to look shiny. We want those to look shiny. Okay. And now a little bit of custom placement. Mush. Okay. Next, you. And lastly, you. Okay, so now our irises, parallax, and our shinies don't get lost. Mostly. But our Slera is just poking out a little bit too much over here. You know what? That's because we've not actually got it clipped down. There we go. So now that will be nice and neat. Okay, edit parameter default is going to be 0.8. Edit parameter default is going to be 0.8. All right, that is that. I made a mistake, I see. I will come back to those expression pieces. Okay. Next, let's look at eyebrows. Starboard is biological, right? So brow Y, create. The X and angle doesn't need to exist. go. Right, there we go. That is going to be eyebrows sorted. So I need to fix the expression layers, and then I will be able to pull the tears in there, and then I should be able to start with the appropriate whatchamacallits. Flipping overs and moving of the eye on the head turns. I am kind of slightly procrastinating the head turn at the moment. Let me do basic mouth form and open. At least on the lips next. So, mouth form. This is default. Right, now, I want to not accidentally pick up any of those. That is 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I know I've seen other people simply use the deform this tool to sort of deform uniformly. Not uniformly. Arbitrarily on either side. However, especially in early stages, I like to try and preserve symmetry as much as possible. Because once you lose it, it is very close to impossible to non-destructively get back. If you need to. slowly coming together. But now, here, we're gonna grab those two and just straighten this line out downwards. For the frown angle. I did not have the time to select it. And I decided. It's easy to lose one's place with all of these dots. It's quite easy to lose one's place with all of these dots. But we get there eventually. Okay. And then also, let's put 2 in here from closed to most open. Alright, that should do the trick there. For that part, anyway. Five, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Put that in. There we go. All right. And then copy that and paste. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost got this. Alright, we're slowly but certainly getting through this as well. Okay. That works for the top lip. On, open, and closed, and there will be a middle thing on the open parameter at some point, but not right now. First I want to get the bottom lip line to also work. So top lip line now gets locked. Bottom lip line 3 and 2. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. When are we? Okay, we're just before 11 p.m. UTC, okay. And you know what I forgot to do again? You know what I forgot to do again? Set the hydrate timer. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Why? Because I was dumb. Again, woohoo! I need to find a better place to put that thing. Maybe. If it's over there, in my line of sight, I'll actually remember to use it. Okay. We are slowly but certainly getting there. Yes, there are faster ways to do this, but like I said earlier, I prefer to be able to maintain the symmetry. And that means being a little bit more slow and a little bit more careful. It makes it worthwhile in the end. There we go. Now what we do is we use this as the foundation for everything that we do on the mouse open, and we go copy, paste, no, you, okay, almost. Okay. And then copy that one and paste here, that, and just make it wider. And a little bit taller. All right. So we've got what is going to soon be the foundation of speech. We've now soon got what is soon going to be the foundation of speech. So that works for now. Happy, 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 happy. Okay. Next. Unlock mouth back mask. Lock the lip line. Start on the open parameter. Hide you, hide you. Go. And pull you across. Okay. All right. That's the foundation for that. Copy. Paste. Make it wide. Down. Nope. Right, that gets to that point well. And getting there. Getting there, getting there. Okay, that works. Toaster, hello! I have returned from Nom Nom's. Hey, welcome back from the grub acquisition. I hope it was tasty. Two pork chop sandwiches. Ooh, yum. That does sound good. Okay, so what I'm going to do for the closed is I'm going to start with the center line and then work on the outers after. So we're going to go copy that to both of those as well. And then we're going to position from the corners inward. And that compresses like that. Down. There we go. And then the opposite side. There we go. This is definitely the pedantic way of doing it, but there are advantages. That. Okay, so then, next one. Okay, that one. And bring this in. Ups, that down. Yeah. Okay, then bottom line. I'm gonna do this. Copy, paste, flatten for a start. copy, paste. Okay, now. Okay, that is a lot more reasonable. Copy, paste, pull that up. Why? Because on those fronts they are identical. All right, so then that should be almost ready for the intermediate steps, I think. Yeah, pretty much almost ready for the intermediate steps. Okay, so now we need... does the top lip have any color detail? No, it does not. Bottom lip does. Okay, so here what we're going to do is hide the top lip because we're not going to use it, firstly. And that is the hydrate reminder. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Done. I actually want to see. I think I'm going to trim this further. No, I can't do that. Because it goes all the way to there. Okay. All right. Clear that just in case there's any shape artifacting involved. Okay. Right, now on the mouth open. Back to center. I'm going to grab this row, pull it up like that, and remove the top because it's unnecessary information. It's just more little dots to move around unnecessarily. So. Okay. Copy. Paste. It would help if I didn't have a single thing selected. All of them. Copy. Paste. And paste. All right, that is coming together nicely now. So then it's just getting the teeth to move on the right places. So let's go jaw open, unlock the teeth. Let's just put those up a wee bit. There we go. And then bottom teeth on mouth open. Cut. Right, now we mesh this. Right forward. Okay. Copy, paste, and we got it. Okay. We are almost there for the day. File, save. With significant progress along the way. So, what we have so far we've got eye open and close, and we've got the beginnings of mouth movement happening. And we've got the head and hair meshed out, ready for next steps on that as well. So we're getting there, we're getting there. So Marius is slowly but certainly coming together. So we still need to obviously do the intermediate mouth form corrections on the mouth open parameter. But at least we're starting to get a bit more of an actual full concept of what's going on here. So, I will come back to that. What I do want to still do, before I forget, is in the side of eyeball XY, I want to grab all of you, put you in another warp deformer, and call this iris eye open scale, create. Over here. And just narrow that there. So that when we are posing and we go here, and go pattern B. We get a much more distinct sense of how it's going to actually behave. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Collapse the eyes, unlink the mouth, come back here. Add a point. Add a point. Add a point. There we go. No. I have a long-standing battle with my mouse. And misclicking and double-clicking when I really don't want it to, and releasing the button when I really don't want it to. Okay. So this is the E sound parameter. You know what? I am going to I'm actually going to very strongly consider making this compatible with two different types of mouth tracking, both the phoneme-based audio tracking and the webcam, just so that he's got the option. Just so that he's got the option. He only asked for the one, but I think if I give him the option to have the phoneme based as well, he'll have more flexibility in for actual speech options. I'll need to just go into another model and double check how I had that set up, because I remember building that into another model. I think it was my attempt at a customizable that I gave up on. Okay. I really need to have rotation deformers. Yeah. I will come back to that part of the mouth. Because I am starting to get sick of looking at it. So, we'll come back to that. What is going on and why am I not seeing? What dumb did I just do now? Save. Ah, that's what. Okay, so this I want. Multiple there. And I'm gonna leave the mouth on closed and in default position. Hide starboard eye. And hide the mouth. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to go firstly somewhat that way. Okay. Alright, that works. Now, parameter, motion mirroring, horizontal, yes. So that works. Cool. Nose XY. This way. That needs to be like 2. And that needs to be 6. Actually, no, it can be also 2, because the art mesh is simple. Okay, parameter, motion mirroring, horizontal, good. There we go. Foundation set on that front. Yay! Okay. Next is gonna be so that is gonna start by going up ever so slightly. And this bunch flattening as the head looks up. And on the down, That is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip, shall we? There we go. So on the down, it's gonna go visibly down. In this section, it's gonna extend slightly. There we go. And then here, how does that behave? That's a bit consistent. Cool. Alright, so now we need to do the corners. I know there's now this automatic thing for doing the head turns, but I've not messed with it yet. I want to do it on something that's not a commission, because otherwise I'm scared I might destroy something that I don't have time to destroy. And deal with the consequences. So, let's begin with that. And go copy. Okay, that works. So now let's just do this. Parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. Parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. Now, this is not quite what we needed. That's more or less behaving, I think. Yeah, that works. That works. I think that's working pretty well, actually. If one can get the cheeks and the nose to make sense on the initial head turns, it immediately makes the entire thing that much more ready and believable. Okay, so then the next thing that I want to do is I want to add a correction to the neck shadow. Firstly, clip that down. So here, okay, parameter, motion mirroring. Right, I messed up here. So, return to default. Clear and clear, and put it in a deformer. 2 by 2 by 1 by 1. There we go. Okay, now we go here, modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Yes. Okay. Next, here, modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Yes. Here, modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. And like so. Okay. It works. Whoa. Victory. Now. I just want to switch off an air conditioner because I am busy freezing. I was legitimately freezing to the point of pain there. Ow. That was not gonna fly. That was not gonna end well. Okay. So now we do the ear. Start with head X. Get it to follow. This needs to be a 1 by 1 because I do not need it to grab a thing on the center there. Forward on that front. I need to not have that selected. I needed to have that loose. Okay, so we are sliding a little bit. I don't like that we're sliding. Okay, we're not sliding a little bit, we're sliding a lot. Good grief. That looks a bit better. Okay, so now the opposite side. Okay. That is functional. That is a functional ear. I'm happy with that. Am I going to... I need to make a note of some questions to ask. Wait. Monitor off. Come over to Legion. Failed to load. Please try again later. No. Refresh. Okay. you know what? I'm just gonna throw it in as a value add. I'm just gonna throw it in as a value add. A tiny little bit of is y, right? Okay. Is other, yeah, is y. Okay. I'm just gonna throw it in as a value add. Monitor on. Physics settings. Okay. Let's start with add. It's going to be a single pendulum. We're going to go with that, delete that. Input. That's going to be angle Y. Okay. Effective 100. Shaking, that's going to be 0.6, I think. Let's see that. It's going to be angle. Output settings, add. Okay. Add mid X. Okay. Input settings, add X. Okay, add Y. And no, duplicate. Hit Y. Okay. Y. Output settings. Hit Y. Okay, that'll work. Nice. And duplicate. C. C, input settings. Copy. Preview, cursor tracking. Oh, no wonder. Things all over the shop. It's trying to put the window above where my screen ends. 1 moment, please. I just want to try one thing real quick. Apply. Now, if I do that, it's still not visible. Okay, still can't see it. Well. Oh well. Still, we're getting places. Hello, Chaos Cat. Hello, Mal. All right. So we're starting to get places. So now if I show our mouse and eye again, and we go back into our physics settings, we still need to actually map eye and mouth to where everything is. Obviously, that's still got to happen. Let's do a rough. That container needs to not be in there. Mouth container. Create mouth XY. Yeah, Chaos Mouth. What do you want? Okay, and whoop. That is a hydrate timer, so everyone acquire your nearest staple consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Sorry, Cat, you got the biggest fright right there. Oh. Oh dear, that is good. I almost lost power to my entire machine. Whoopsie. Shame. Reverse Cat just gave Chaos Cat another big fright. So cute, but so tragic at the same time. Okay. In any case, we are here. Let's just quickly do actually before that, I want to clear. And in the mouth container, I want to make that like 10 and 10 and make it bigger than I need it. Like way bigger than I need it. Okay, there we go. Now, I do actually need 2 and 1 that way. Modeling, parameter, motion mirroring. Okay, there we go. Let's just hide everything that is on the interior. Okay, and then on the vertical, hide the eye for a bit. There we go. Let's make that 10. Just so that it doesn't look choppy. Okay. this mouth is very close to being fully placed. Okay. Well, let's go through the motions. Parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. Parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. And parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. We're starting to get there. Yo. So we need to just do the intermediate steps on the mouth, and we need to do some corrections to the expressions layers so that I can get the expressions layers on the eyes in place. And then I can put the eyes on the XY as well, and then duplicate the cross to the opposite side. So we're getting there. We are getting there. Whoa! Victory, victory, victory! I think, as far as rigging goes, we have made really, really good progress. I suppose I could do... I suppose I could do... I can do the parameter. I can do the parameter, I'm just not going to copy it across to the opposite side. So, like that. What I do need to do is I need to do a lid up, lid up, X, create, just compress that down that way. Okay. And Y. There we go. And in betweens. Right, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Ah! Okay. I think once I've got this eye mapped, I'm going to call it a day, though. Okay. So this is going to be ghastly, but I need to make I need to make a duplicate. Copy. Paste. Flip. Hit X. Okay. Now let's see how much derp I need to correct. Oh dear. Okay. So that needs to be less. Like just less. And that's actually mostly okay, interestingly. Interestingly, that actually ended up being mostly okay. Okay. So then we get rid of all of that. Copy. Copy. Paste. Modeling, edit form, flip. X, X, okay. Let's see. I think we're pretty much there. Mostly. I think we're pretty much there. Okay. I think that is really good progress for day one. I think that's really, really good progress for day one. Of this rig. Considering that half of what we did today is not actually even visible because it was a lot of meshing. So I'm pretty happy actually that we managed to get quite a bit down the road. Quite a bit down the road. Obviously still some stuff to work out with the mouth. Quite a bit left in terms of hair. I will see how I feel about the relationship between the distance of the mouth and the nose. Because it feels like something is a little bit off at some points. But aside from that, it's actually not bad. It's not bad for day one work. I am happy. I am happy. The X angle on the head is a little bit, I feel... It feels like it could be a little bit more drastic, but at the same time I'm scared of making it more drastic and then I need to almost break things. Maybe just pushing the bottom of the jaw out just a smidge more will help with that. Maybe that'll do the trick there. But in terms of the general consistency of how things are working, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out so far. Let's just see. How's the ear behaving? Is it sliding around too much, or is it okay? I think it's okay. It looks okay, I think. I do want to just Let's see. I'm going to add another. I'm going to add another input to this. Hold up. Add. Okay, it's a very, very, very subtle movement, but I think it is a value add. I think it's a value add. Just that little bit of bounce on the ear. It's super, super subtle. But without it, it doesn't quite feel organic. It's stiff enough to feel like cartilage, which in the ear of this description would be mostly cartilage. So, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I think we can call it there for the day, because if we don't, then what is going to happen is that I'm going to sit here once again until sunup, which happened this morning. I was still fiddling with things until sunup. Whoops. That was not the intention yesterday, but that's what ended up happening. Anyway, but I'm happy. I'm happy with Marius's progress so far. We got a good chunk of work in. There's a good, decent amount of functionality so far. So all in all, I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy burb. So I will be sending a little video clip through to him after stream of some of the posing screen, and then from there we'll see what happens. Tomorrow I am also going to see if I can figure out what is wrong that I cannot find my rotation deformers, why I cannot get them to actually, you know, be created even when it is like the root object. So that is something that is on my urgent and important to-do list for tomorrow, is figure that out before I even do anything admin related. It is figuring out why I don't have rotation deformers. So I will figure that out, because that's a new thing, like completely new. So yeah, happiness is. It was a little bit of a quiet day today in terms of my narration. I apologize. I kind of locked in a little bit. But I think it was worth it. I mean, that is most of a VTuber already. It is most of a VTuber in one sitting. So I'm happy. If things go as I anticipate they'll go, this might actually be one of the fastest Live2D projects yet, which is a little bit scary to think about. But okay, so tomorrow, blah. Let us just head over here. We are supposed to be working on Sushian. We were supposed to be working on Sushian today. We are supposed to be working on Sushian tomorrow. Depending on whether I can get my rotation deformers functional, I will decide if I am in fact going to be working on Marius or on Sushian. It's one of the two. Because if I can't get my rotation deformers working, then I'm going to continue working on art layers. If I can get rotation deformers working, then I want to put some more progress in on this one, and see how far down the line we can get. And it's wild, but we are getting places. We are getting places really, really well today, so I'm happy. I'm happy. Big thank you guys for everyone who joined in. It was good to get a good chunk of productivity in. I hope that if you guys were working alongside me on your own projects, that you also were able to be productive. And yeah, I'm actually going to give you guys a very, very, very small confession. I have been sitting for the entire duration of the stream with my thumb in a splint because the knuckle on the last digit of my thumb has been exhausted the last few days. On my dominant hand, my mouse wielding, tablet pen stylus wielding thumb has been really, really tired, so I put it in a splint today. So that for the duration of stream only, not the entire day, but just the duration of stream, so that I can't accidentally bend it. I'm trying to let the knuckle rest. I don't know how effective that was in terms of how things will actually go. I think I'm probably I don't know if it's too tight to leave on overnight. It doesn't look like. I don't think so. There's room inside this splint. There is a little bit of room inside this entire McGafter that I have wrapped around my thumb. So hopefully this is not the precursor to an actual injury. It's just tiredness from not having had a chance to rest after all of the painting that I had to do on the top of the ladder several hours in a row to get things done ahead of this week. But yeah, thumb was in a splint today. It has been an interesting experience. I've never had a finger in a splint before, so fun. But all things considered, I may decide to do a little bit more work with it splintered in the future when I am doing mouse work, just to protect it and to not grip everything to death, because I think half of the issue is that I've just been gripping things a little bit that are a little bit too small, a little bit too tightly lately, for really extended periods of time, and my thumb is tired. My primary control unit of my hand is tired, so yeah, I will be monitoring that. And I'll also see if I can figure out a way that I can bulk up my my drawing stylus so that it is a chunkier thing to hold on to also just reduce that strain. And see if I can figure something out on that front. Maybe there's a piece of foam lying around somewhere that I can hack into pieces, into something makeshift that will do the job. We'll see. We'll see. And we'll see if that actually does anything in terms of solving the issue of the grip madness. But thank you guys for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. Rest well when you get to it. I shall see you tomorrow for more creative madness. And yes, if cool things happen, feel free to share them in chat tomorrow. I'm looking forward to hearing some interesting stories. If anything cool happens, aside from me hopefully finding the solution to my rotation deformers, then I shall let you guys know if anything cool happens. But that's me clocking out. Rest well and cheery bye.